press the button. And we were able to kind of, with a very small footprint, get a portal on the exhibit that we could fill up with virtual water. We could take these fossils and turn them into a full-size prehistoric reptiles that were swimming through the exhibit. We were able to kind of extract things. We were able to have virtual docents and be able to kind of get different information. So there's this infinite story there that wanted to be told, but usually you couldn't tell it in plaques because, I don't know what it is with plaques in museums. Why would you want to go someplace and it's like reading a book standing up? We wanted to do things and be somewhere and learn something, discover. And with all off-the-shelf technology, really, but with a new idea of mixed reality, we were able to kind of get something that was not only entertainment value, educational value, it brought the family together, and it did all those things that we want that arcade to do. So this is the virtual water. All the objects are tracked, and then we're able to kind of interact with that. But one of the things here is, see this guy swimming in the water over here? There is no technology on that side. He's playing in his imagination. And what you need to do is expand that virtuality, to expand throughout the whole space, to take over their imagination, because that's the most powerful thing. But what was very important, he was interacting for his father. And this was very important. The social aspect we're learning in education is that we can go so much further with learning. Next. And so we really need to rethink not only arcade, but virtual reality. Virtual reality has always been with us. One button. Use the space bar. So we have reality which we experience, and we have virtuality that we can only imagine being involved with. So virtuality has been around a lot, and experiencing media has always been about kind of imagining ourselves in this projection of virtuality. But we want to look at experiential media, where media is all senses, all dimensions, all directions. And when we do that, we start to see that virtual reality is not a destination, it's a bridge to bridge the limited reality, but compelling reality, to the infinite imaginality. That's the virtuality continuum that deals with all the mixed reality, augmented reality, spatial augmented reality, etc., all the terms that you see. Next. So reality and virtuality and augmented reality is all external stimuli. The magic behind the eyeballs is the imagination. That's where it all comes together. And really, when you look at it scientifically, we have stimulus from all senses. Each sense gives us something else to tap the brain, different parts of the brain. Every sense has a different form of memory. That's all external stimuli going into the internal stimuli to be able to go into the imagination to make sense of it. Because we don't see stereoscopic outside. It's only when it comes down in our imagination we put the two together. But we also have the internal perceptions of dreams and memories, of expectations. That comes together to that third reality of imaginality, where it all comes together. And that is the power. And when we look at entertainment, we look at that power of what I call the phenomenology of the imagination, because you think of a book, take Harry Potter. Has anyone ever got lost in a book? Raise your hand. So how do you get lost in a book? It has reading from left to right, top to bottom, page numbers, index, table of contents. How do you get lost in the book? Well, obviously that's a trick question. You get lost in your imagination. Ernest Hemingway said that his art was being able to take the reader beyond the page, and that his literature was only 1/8 of the story experience. That most of it was the imagination of the reader. Very little about the virtuality is 1/8, and the reality was suppressing the reality so that we can go into the imagination. Press. And so when we go to film, game, and park, story transcends media, but every media has a different form of storytelling, which needs to be respected. But when we come to virtual reality, we're creating all new conventions that we have to also respect. What do we use? What do we don't use? What transitions to this next media? Because what happens here is that for film, we filled in a lot of the imagination. That's why film could never meet up with the story experience of a book. But when we go to game, we make it interactive, and interactive is inherently physical. So once you make a decision, you stop the story flow, but you're in the game. But in that game, the virtuality was separate from the physicality. And so they were, a separation. But in the theme park, we immerse all senses, all dimensions, all directions, but also we had our family there. And that family, that social interaction, is what makes the smallest moments make the biggest memories. And with that, we can look at this big story in a small space and all these small moments making the biggest memories the arcade equation can really work. We could fit the power of a huge mega theme park into a small space that's next to those people, so they don't have to do a hotel. And that space can be almost anything to anybody, whether it's a showroom or a hospital or a learning experience. And you could literally see, I mean, talking about people with arcades being filled up in the weekend and being empty during the weekdays, it can be a training thing on the weekdays. It can be an all-night entertainment facility. It can be all these different people. That space, the virtuality, is the magic that starts and makes that anything you want to be. Now, the thing is that we need to look at the new conventions. There's levels of engagement. It's not one size fits all. That's where you get lines in theme parks. Once you think that entertainment is one size fits all, you have a line for 90 minutes. What you want to do in our area, we had the swimmer, divers, and waiters. So only 20% of people want to put on a head mount. That's not going to get your thing. 20% don't even want to get in it. They just want to watch other people have a good time. So if they don't see a good time being had, you lost them. 60% are swimmers. They want to be involved, but they don't want to be a center of attention, and they don't want to mess up their hair. And that's a majority of that socioeconomic group we call the family. And to be able to sway them into that, to spend their discretionary time into your space. Also, we have styles of engagement. We have the RPG threefold theory. We have gamists that want to play to win numbers. We have narrativists that want to make decisions based on relationships of characters and where do you go. And we have simulationists that just want to be in that space to feel what it was like. Simulationists are like Renaissance fairs or reenacting the Civil War. I mean, you ever thought about reenacting the Civil War? We know who lost. I mean, why are we reenacting it? And so, it's a matter of just being there, seeing what that was like. That's simulation. Everybody plays it differently. And who are you not going to play to? That family is made up of all of these people. And one time they may come in as a waiter. They might next visit come in as a swimmer. The next visit as a diver. They might play it as a simulationist one time, a narrativist another, a gamist. That's 3 times 3. That's a number of replays that you have. And when you replay, you double your income revenue. So you start to see that this aspect of how we look at this and dynamically increases the money, the ROI of guest experience. And then the purpose of engagement. Is it to thrill? Is it to wonder? Is it to create? It can do all of these things and train and heal. And I'll show you next. So we also have, we think we always have to be big. We have to be dangerous to kind of increase the intensity. Actually, all we need to do to increase the intensity is increase the proximity. That's what VR does. And so we have this thee, we, me kind of concept. Thee is like a film. It takes you in another place in another time, but not here. Then you have the theater, which is the we experience. It's here now, but it's on stage and I'm separate. But it's me, which is increasing that intensity, where I'm the center of attention and I'm the goal, and that's critical. No heckling? Darn planes. Nice talking to you. And then we need to, huh? Oh man. Next time. So engaging all the senses. Every sense has a different purpose. Visual has the highest resolution, it's our dominant sense, but only in our focal perception. Our peripheral is audio. Haptic is our only 360-degree sense. Olfactory is the one that connects directly to the emotions. And gastronomical, well, that has a certain instinct. I mean, that's what's making you throw up, actually. Areas of perception, whether you have the focal or the peripheral or the tangential. That is the mental model. That's the imagination building. And then you have other aspects of getting under the skin and being able to impact these. These are all areas you can go. And you have a range of engagement. To be able to, first rule of interactivity is choose your level of interactivity. Some just want to go and be passive and absorb what's there. Some want to be engaged so they can make them think or feel. Some want to be active so they feel it as well as see it. And then interactive, reactive where they can choose, interactive where they can contribute. But in types of theme parks, they really want to experience. They want to capture a compelling memory with their family. Next. And so the way we do that with entertainment, in all branches of entertainment, we capture the heart, heads, and hands. And those are the key. If you don't have all those things engaged, you don't have the person totally engaged. And we do that through story, play, and game. But in the entertainment industry, these are 3 different industries. You have Hollywood for stories. You have the Silicon Valleys for games. And then you have the New York toy industry for play. And they all think all gamers think everything's a game. All story people think it's all a linear Hollywood story. But really, it's taking new form in virtual reality in that convergence. And so what we're doing is we're actually looking at story, play, and game and how it relates with the real, virtual, and imagine, working with these conventions of the heart, head, and hands. And when we put those together, we have a real convention that we can work with. And what we're discovering is it has scientific basis as well as entertainment heuristics. And this is really critical in how to translate it to training or education or even therapy. We're using interactive conversational storytelling to heal people with aphasia who have a loss of language due to a stroke. And so this is where it starts to have a powerful thing. And one of the things I've been doing while I was waiting for virtual reality to kind of get on the scene, waiting around 25 years is a long time, been developing all new learning theories that really look at the grounded theories of education to entertainment so that we can have as much fun learning as puppy dogs do. And for some reason, we made learning work, and we shouldn't have. But we also goes beyond learning for kids. It even goes into the levels of a surgeon or a soldier dealing in the field to be able to know and sense and get insight, to plan and decide and work with feedback, to work with their skills and act and do in the environment. And this is a cycle that immediately goes through all senses, all dimensions, and all directions to really kind of get an extreme reality. And this is a project we did with NASA where we did an immersive area of putting social media together with games and theme park environments to really transport someone up to a moon up into the future and really look at this space that's similar to an arcade, but to a museum, but went much farther, an ebb and flow between individual and group experiences, and embed that space with virtuality, which expanded the space through different portals and different interactivity and different levels, so that was this big story in a small space. And this is spatial augmented reality we work with, which is embedding that virtuality into that physical space and registering the same space so your perception is much larger. But we wanted to achieve education, not just consume entertainment. And what was happening is we found out the graphical user interface is worthless in this environment. It was just in the way. We needed to get this infinite story of virtuality into this infinite imagination of the learner. And through the GUI, it was just so limiting. So next. So we really had to rethink this interface, and we wanted to be melting boundaries and pushing these envelopes, because what we found in the NASA project is that during the prototypes, we asked the kids which exhibit was the most frustrating. And they'll say, oh, that exhibit was the most frustrating. And then I'll say, which one was the most fun? They'll say that one, the same one that was most frustrating. Ease of use concepts were designing the fun out of this learning experience and designing out of the education, because frustration and ambiguity are key tools to teaching creative problem solving, critical thinking, interpretive analysis. This is really powerful stuff that we were designing because of our interface design. So let's rethink the interface. So we have physical things. A child is infinitely absorbed into a puddle to play and to explore and to see. Next. They want to fidget with things, putting stuff together, see what works, see what doesn't, trial and error. This is a discovery. They don't want instructions, they just want to do it. Next. And then the simulation, be able to kind of create the game mechanics and do this infinite simulation of different variety of things to put together. We needed all three of those in our interfaces. And so what we had to do is we said we have to create a phygital, which is physical, digital, that you fidget with. But one more. The interface was still a problem because people were sucking face with this monitor. That's what we didn't want. And the game mechanics were driving it so far that they were losing both entertainment and educational value, plus getting their brothers and sisters really pissed off. Excuse my language. What we wanted to do was create this interspace between people and between the media. That's where the magic happens. That's where the magic happens in theater. It's not on stage, it's not in the audience, it's that moment in between. It's between the storytelling and the story listening that you get the story trance. This is the area that is magical, and that's where we need the activity. And what we're seeing is that people were so absorbed into the virtual presence that the game was consuming them. They were not consuming the game. So this whole aspect of the digital interspace is that we created, this is just one type. This is a curio cabinet that we had a steampunk biologist from another time trapped in a mirror. And he has concocted certain things that we discover, and they're still on the shelf that we can take off. And we can put it into this first drawer of this cabinet, which was a vernal pool, which was this pool of objects and people, and not people, fish and so forth. And then we put the different materials into that to see how they reacted. And it was kind of interesting because there was no instructions. There was no guidance. There was no goal. It was, they went through the scientific process naturally. So we don't have to teach the scientific process. We have to have an opportunity to practice it. And this is, was very engaging. And we did one prototype in our storefront laboratory. And our goal was to how frustrating and ambiguous can we be and still have fun. And we created the next version of this and put it in front. And it was really surprising. They loved the frustration and ambiguity, the stuff that was usually designed out by educators. Next. We're starting to look at the story itself and looking at what we call a conversational story, because that's where both of them create. And what we were working with is first mixed reality. With that mixed reality, we're able to put them in there with the therapist. This isn't a therapy that can't work in virtual reality, because once you remove the therapist, you lose the therapeutic measures. And by having the therapist there and the person, plus the virtual, plus physical objects, so they can work with the head, hands, and heart, we found amazing transformation. And we started to see the words starting to flow out of aphasia clients that have lost the language due to a stroke. But we didn't know why. So MR, mixed reality, was not the solution. It was a solution to find the solution. In actuality, we went to a totally physical story trove effect where we're starting to now with just boxes of artifacts that are now going into working both not only therapy sessions but in history museums to teach kids how to learn how to be a historian, but they're also a lot of fun, so they're entertainment value. The same thing has an educational, therapeutic, and entertainment value. And what amazing thing. They don't have to be separate things. They can be all together. Next. We worked with the military operations urban terrain. You all seen The Void. Well, 13 years ago, we did a version of a Void for military training with mixed reality, but we had video see-through. And this whole gaze, aim, and move, usually in a game you were kind of shooting, bang, bang, bang. You looked where you moved, where you aimed, which is not. In a soldier, you're moving, you're looking, and you're aiming all three different directions. These three axes of movement are very complex but intuitive, and that's the key. The GUI's concept is keep it simple, stupid. Well, things aren't simple anymore. They're getting more complex. We need to be intuitive, and that's where the use of play is. And so we're looking at this, and what was powerful is that here they're in a physical courtyard, which is a death trap in military terms. Through all the portals, extended the space into the virtual warfare. We had characters coming into that space he could interact with, be it nice, friendly, or foe. And of course, you have 2 seconds to respond once you see a threat or you're dead. And so one of the things we found out is visual. You can't see around corners, you can't see through walls, but you can hear. So that doubled your response time to 4 seconds by getting that acoustical situational awareness, which is still very important. And for virtual reality, we have to capture the reality as well as the virtuality and connect them. And what that was giving us is this time, space, and behavior that we would capture with the machine, get a measure, and find a method to work with how to learn that. How can the machine analytics work with the professionals' analogical reasoning to come together for human performance modeling? And this was very powerful, which we translated to traumatic brain injury, because those soldiers were coming back from the war with TBI. They were training them to go to war to fight, but they weren't really training them to come back, and that's very important. Next. And so we're also looking at design and manufacturing prototyping, where we're able to kind of very rapidly pull together complex situations and design problems to build factories or buildings, and really go through the ideation, the invention, and innovation process very rapidly and develop it. This is a product that's coming out with Ken Emreal System and Design Interactive that we helped develop that is coming out in the market soon. Next. But measuring that experience is as important. And working in Munich with the computer-aided medical procedure lab. We also look at it from the soldier's experience from the inside out. The surgeon's experience is from the outside in. This complex system of bodies and being able to have a life and death situation in your hands, you really need to understand that data. And nowadays, they don't cut you open to see what's wrong. They did that before this century. But with medical imagery, we don't have to wound you to heal you. We can look inside you and see that relationship. But it's a complex problem because you have a real person inside of virtual objects. Then you have instrumentation, which is real, casting virtual shadows on virtual objects. This layering of real and virtual is complex, but we're able to do that and do a very compelling thing. And this is TBI. Next. So my question is, in the new VR arcade concept, can you make money by changing the world? Take these spaces and all this technology, 24/7, you could have it being applied to so many different applications, and not just the storefront in some strip mall. You can take it to the hospital, to schools, to the museums, the same concepts, insert and replace, experiential makeovers. There's so many variations. There's a lot of money to be made in helping change the world. Thanks. And so that's where the Virtual World Society comes in. Is that I'm working with Tom Furness, the grandfather of virtual reality, to create the Virtual World Society. And what this is looking to connect hearts and minds to make a better world. To look beyond the technology, beyond the markets, and really, where does this go? How do we improve that world? And next. This is Tom working with some inner city kids. And we have all these tools and technology of virtual reality. We have this world of communities. We have the people and ideas of society. If we can only create, connect, and engage these into a purposeful aspect, we're able to do that. So this Family Entertainment Center, or FEC, can be so many things to so many different people. To be able to kind of look in the communities of need and find out and discover the problem. Work with the research communities in each of those regions and understand the problem, define the solution. Work with all these amazing creative communities and hackathons that are creating experiences that go nowhere and put them to use to somewhere, and work with a community of providers to get that solution to the people who need it most. And this is the idea of stimulating innovation for those who need it most, as opposed to who would be the highest bidder. Next. And so this is where we're doing, so please come up and help us our movement. We're just beginning. We're looking to connect, engage, and create. We're working with regional affiliates in Seattle, Orlando, Dallas, Portland, San Francisco, Raleigh, New Zealand, Dubai, Seoul, Hamburg, and UK. These are prototypical regional areas that we want to do and get some ambassadors. We're looking at all disciplines. There's no problem in the real world that has been solved by one discipline. It needs all of them, and they're all interconnected. The analytical, the analogical. I mean, just as much as science is the truth that reveals the myth, art is the myth that reveals our truth, etc. Everything's different sides of the same coin. And we're looking at anywhere from looking at kids coming up, being rescued from human trafficking in Malaysia to help them train and come to do things, to helping senior citizens re-engage who have been disconnected with life. So that's me. We're connecting hearts and minds and make a better world with a virtual reality. So let's rethink VR and arcade for next year and see where we can go with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Any questions?
Yeah?
Maybe a comment too, because, and I think we started down this debate anyways, is that you mentioned that if you take out the therapist, you're taking out the therapeutic application. And I'm just going to argue with you about that one, because I think that there's a way to put people in touch with their deeper self and their I'm not going to use these terms, but their essential nature, so that they can react to things more truthfully rather than being triggered and therefore reactive all the time. And that does not have to happen with a therapist, but it needs to be supported by a therapist at some point, yes.
Absolutely. I was just talking about aphasia therapy because it's about communication and how do you communicate without another person. And it's about emotion. And so the key to your point is that sometimes it doesn't, sometimes it does, sometimes a little, sometimes a lot. We need a continuum. We can't just, it's not an either or question, but really good comment. Anything else?
So you touched two great areas. One area is for the entertainment. The other is for the social impact. In your next 6 months or 12 months, which area you want to focus most in? Thank you.
A great question. For the last 15 years, I've been doing so much entertainment. For the last 15 years, I was looking at entertainment as a means versus an end. Our big focus right now is looking at populations that have been marginalized, that are not a part of society, and we're using virtual worlds to connect them. Senior citizens who are isolated, young kids who are, young kids coming off of human trafficking that have been marginalized, and we're looking at disabled and hospitalized. These virtual worlds that connect them to the world that they've been disconnected with. So engaging those populations have been marginalized and bring them back. And so there's an infinite amount of resolution. And there's already cases and partners we're working with around the world for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you. Cool. Please help me in inviting Tipitat from the VR Fund to the stage. Thanks.
Hey guys, I'm Tipitat Chinivasan. I'm the general partner and co-founder of the Venture Reality Fund. We're a fund that invests solely in AR and VR companies, early stage, so seed and Series A. We are a pretty new fund, but we've already done 8 investments. And I've been looking at investing in the VR space for about 2 years now. So instead of actually, presenting information to you, I thought, with such a small crowd, we could do a more intimate Q&A, and I'll try to be as frank and open and honest with you as possible. So if you guys have any questions, let's just start. Anything? Yes?
True innovation.
Yep.
Works with things across all markets and all applications. For investing, you're looking for that one vertical market, that one killer app. It doesn't really demonstrate the innovation that truly produces the most ROI. So how do you mediate that between, where its first killer app may be to broader as making investment in your perspective?
Sure. I think one way of looking at it is kind of what is the technology now, or like what's the immediate opportunity versus what's the long-term opportunity, right? And balancing the two and seeing how practical it is that you can actually address the one while aiming towards the other, right? One of the biggest problems that we'll see a lot of times is companies get distracted by immediate opportunity and then fall into this trap of not executing on the long vision, which is the bigger, grander goal. And that's why a lot of times venture fund exists, because it's like, okay, well, let's take this. I mean, a lot of virtual reality content companies, right? They're like, okay, we're a studio. We have lots of clients that come in and want us to build them these like one-off VR immersive experiences for marketing events, right? And we have like a small, or not a small, but a decent business. We can make millions of dollars a year servicing clients like Coke and Canon, and make virtual reality experiences that they take to trade shows and do experiential marketing. A VC would not be interested in that. A VC would then be interested, well, okay, well, you know what? We've realized that we can take some of this technology that we've built, so we built some tools in the process of making these experiences for others that lets us make these experiences more economical or more cheaper, and then we can unleash those tools for other people. And now then that's a scalable business that investors would get interested in. I think one of the big problems too is most investors, especially in Silicon Valley, were technology investors because of scalable businesses. Things like services businesses, which could be great businesses, but just don't make sense for investors because the scale isn't quite there. And even doing something like location-based entertainment is a very tricky business for investors to get involved with, especially tech investors like me to get involved with, right? There are other investors that invest in restaurants and retail and things like that they might get more involved with, but Silicon Valley investors typically stay away from these types of businesses, at least at the business, at the consumer-facing level. We're interested in the technologies that will power these businesses, but not necessarily in the end-all be-all of the businesses themselves. Like, I wouldn't invest in Chuck E. Cheese per se, but again, if Chuck E. Cheese, every single one of these Chuck E. Cheeses and their competitors are all using the same software to manage their customer relations, then that's something that's more interesting for a typical tech investor. Because you're like, we're not looking for million or $10 million businesses. We're looking to hundred of million or billion-dollar businesses, right? I don't know if that really answered your question. Sorry, I kind of go off on a tangent sometimes. Please.
So from the wellness aspect, there's
Sure.
always this debate, right?
Mhm.
Well, if you go into health, that means that you're dealing with 5 to 7 years of testing or running with FDA approvals and so on and so forth. So from an investor's perspective, what would be more compelling? Would that be more compelling to have to stay in the wellness area? Because technically speaking, you can do the same thing with people one way or the other. But what would be more compelling?
Sure. It's a really good question. There's that combination of like, well, the FDA approval takes a long time, but at the same time, if you don't have it, then you can be written off as kind of like snake oil salesman, or like you don't have the credibility. And how does that affect your sales? It really depends on what your product is and what you're targeting. But you could see a company like Luminosity, right? Like they kind of came out of this where they didn't go with the FDA. They got a lot of hype for it, and now there's all this backlash, and it hurt the entire industry. And especially when you're doing things as powerful as virtual reality, it can treat PTSD, but it can also cause it. Especially things like phobia. Yeah, like if done incorrectly, you could probably do a lot of damage to people. So I would, tell people again, I mean, you're playing with powerful forces and you want to make sure you do it in the most responsible way. And I would say that for most people doing, VR and healthcare, that FDA approval is pretty important at this stage.
What do you think about position tracking and also vertical on the healthcare, for example, Vivid Lab, Vivid Vision, and also another area is let's do first.
Okay. All right. Well, so I mean, they're two totally separate questions. So one is, what do I think about positional tracking? I think it is absolutely essential for VR. I think it's one of those things where not only does it give you a more immersive experience, it is a more comforting experience. People get less sick when they have full positional tracking because it works with the way your brain thinks the world should work. The one thing I will say is that these OptiTrack systems and doing Gear VR experiences using them is a terrible idea, and please stop. I would say using a Vive and either figuring out how to hack the Lighthouse or work within the constraints of the Lighthouse will give people a much more higher quality VR experience. And the thing about arcades in particular, right? It's like this idea, and correct me if I'm wrong, but a lot of people are like, oh well, arcades started falling out of favor once home and computer gaming became powerful enough that you could get even better experiences visually and immersively than you could do at these arcades anymore. Right? And then, of course, amplified the fact that you could connect with millions of people online and play socially. In that same way, you're like, okay, well, now people are going to have a Vive, or people can go to Best Buy and do the Vive, and they're going to get a phenomenal VR experience. And if you give me this Gear VR, swimmy, poorly positional tracked experience, then it can't compete against what people can get at the home. So I would say, think about, again, how do you really compete knowing how the VR landscape is evolving, and keep in mind your competitors aren't just the other people doing VR arcades, it's everything else that's out in the market that's competing for people's time. And then I'm just going to go off on another kind of random tangent of just this idea of VR arcades and shooting games. Like, stop making these fucking shooting games. They're so fucking boring. I've played shooters all my life. We've all played laser tag. I mean, enough already, right? Like, think beyond. Think about what are the experiences that will really make people realize a dream that they've always had. Like, honestly, it's not too hard for anyone to go out and shoot a gun. I mean, there's Nerf, there's laser tag, and then you can go to the shooting range, right? Like, that's not a fantasy that needs to be fulfilled anymore. But we talked earlier, mentioned like Harry Potter. I mean, who loves magic? Who would love to take a wand and like have a wizard duel, or make flowers appear, or do amazing, unbelievable things? You could do that with the same tech. So think harder and think better, and don't think about violence as being the only metaphor to make it a compelling experience, because VR is so powerful, it's so good. what is the most powerful VR experience right now? I don't know if you guys have seen this YouTube video, and it's not roller coasters. Stop the roller coasters too; those are fucking terrible. Sorry, excuse my language. The other thing though that's really, really powerful is Apollo 11. It's an educational piece that just teaches you about the moon landing, and then you're actually in a spaceship, and it actually takes off. When you show this to people that grew up in a time when they watched the moon landing, they saw Sputnik in the sky, it brings people to tears. Like, go on YouTube and look up Apollo 11 crying, and you'll see all these like older gentlemen just bawling because it's like, oh my God, this is a dream come true. And that to me is way more interesting than, hey, I'm in this room and I need to shoot more aliens and zombies. And so finding emotional connection to the audience, I think is paramount. So sorry, that's a total tangent. The other thing you're talking about was healthcare and one of the biggest problems I've seen. I just went to the Medical Meets VR conference. It was down in LA. It's the 22nd year that they've had this conference, right? So, all these great use cases, whether it was treating phobias or doing things like data visualization to help better perform your surgery, or training to actually teach more people how to do these procedures. Great use cases, validated with clinical studies showing, hey, you know what, great improvement. All these other things. The problem is who's going to pay for it, and taking these great ideas and turning them into businesses. And that was a stumbling block that's kept the industry down for 22 years. What's interesting is now we're at this inflection point where the price of VR hardware is now 10 times less, right, or more than what it used to be, and the hardware is actually better. But even with that, I'm still not 100% confident that that's enough to really move the ball forward and to sell into these hospitals and healthcare systems that have so many problems. And so the one thing I would say too is thinking about the U.S. healthcare system is pretty fucked. Go to Canada or places with better healthcare that could then accept the technology and maybe try selling into that is a better way to do it. But having the right go-to-market strategy is what's stopping most of these. It's not the technology, it's not the ideas, it's not the methodology. Sure.
So, I mean, right along in that, along that line, what is wrong with mobile? I mean, that's why we focused on it, because it's possible to reach people there. I mean, everybody has a phone.
Yeah, sure.
And it's there all the time. So
Yep.
you can process yourself out of all sorts of things, right? So from a tech perspective, I get it, what you're saying. When we have these incredible possibilities and these incredible images that can come out of something more complex, wonderful. But for someone who can use this, already that I'm finding the barrier to entry is more, oh my goodness, I have to spend, $40 on a headset. Like, where do I get it? What does it say?
Then I would say you're solving the wrong problem.
Okay.
If the problem is only worth $40 to the person, forget that problem. Solve a $1,000 problem, or solve a $5,000 or a $10,000 problem, right?
So one step back, it's not
Sure.
the money.
Yeah.
It's almost like there is an internal block. So when you're dealing with people with anxiety, for example,
Sure.
that's going to scare them. Like,
Sure.
am I doing the right thing? What if it says that I can't, I'm supposed to not use this with glasses? Oh my God, so where do I go from here? So what would facilitate all of this, I think, from my perspective, is just an industry around this that would support the mobile industry until everything sort of meets technologically, where this is better quality and that is cheaper in price.
I think you bring up a very good point. I think a lot of people are getting the cart before the horse, and a lot of people are trying to look at scale businesses when scale doesn't exist. This is the very beginning of the consumer VR or space, right? And so you have to roll out business strategies and products that reflect that. So don't think about, okay, when there's 10 million people in VR, how do I make $5 off of each one of them? Think about, okay, no. I have to create an experience that's going to be so good, it's going to make someone spend $3,000 for the hardware and $50 for my experience, right? And I think, the thing is, especially picking these things where you're like, okay, phobias, right? Like, So, there's a lot of different types of phobias that you can handle or tackle, but you think, okay, what are the ones that are really going to dramatically change the quality of someone's life? So you're like, most people are like, oh, fear of spiders, that's an easy one to create. But what's really the market for fear of spiders? I mean, no one is so disabilitated by the fear of spiders that, oh my God, it causes them financial ruin. But you're like, okay, well, you know what? If I can cure you of your fear of public speaking, right? And think about more as executive management training. That's definitely worth, $100 or more to that audience. And so thinking about, using this technology, applying it to the right problems that really drive the market, as opposed to saying, hey, what's the easiest thing I can build? And what's the thing that, again, will have a low barrier of entry that people won't mind paying low amounts of money for? That's not where we're at as an industry. Mobile is at that stage because of the scale that they have, because you have an addressable market of hundreds of millions of people. But VR with an addressable market of 0 to 100,000, you really have to kind of think differently about what problems you're trying to solve. And I think it's timing. Not saying that these ideas can't be solved later, but just understand the current realities of the market. Yeah, sure. So I was actually just at the GSV conference in San Diego, which is one of the largest, like the ASU GSV conference was one of the largest, conferences for education, professional educators and people that are interested in the educational sector. And VR is still just a very small blip. I think one of the biggest problems, it's another example of great use cases. It makes so much sense. But then how do you actually get it into schools? How do you turn it into a business? I mean, there's a combination of schools and IT departments, being understaffed, underfunded. A lot of schools all over don't even have access to proper internet. So then you're like, okay, how can you do these things? The other way to look at it too, though, is I think Google is doing a very smart job of saying, okay, using mobile VR, doing the lowest common denominator VR, and trying to get VR into, or at least a basic understanding of how VR can fundamentally change what education is. I don't think anyone doesn't believe that VR can change education. I think it's a question of how does it actually get done? I think that's the biggest stumbling block. The other thing I would posit too is, there's just a lack of great educational VR material. And that's because VR content is really hard to make right now. It's in the hands of just a small amount of professional 3D artists and 3D animators and game programmers that can make VR content. But I really think the killer app for VR will be making VR content in VR, democratizing the way to create and build in 3D. And that, I think, will help fundamentally change the economics of making VR educational content. But in the short term, if I was a VR company thinking about education, I would focus on corporate education and private education, tutoring, and think about the sectors that you can sell into to prove out that the VR technology, immersive education, actually gets results better than non-immersive. Any other questions?
Talking about getting into schools and stuff like that, and eventually sustain such a business model to charge high prices for this content itself.
Hello? Okay.
Still the minimum viable product as a VR product in order to get to the market. And then in order to get value from it, you also need to get really good content, like the best content you can get to the device in order to get people spend money. Which brings to the question whether how much VR is still a gimmick or not. I mean, we try to do VR here once and we say this is cool, but the second time we do it, we're like, okay, this is okay. I'm not sure if people keep coming.
Yeah, I think it's a good point that you bring up. It's like, how do you know if you've built value or novelty, right? And you said it yourself. It's, do people keep coming back? Do people want to continue to do your experience? Do you have to forcibly remove them from doing the experience you've created? If those things aren't true, then you haven't done a good enough job. And I will say, to be brutally honest, most of the experiences I tried today didn't hit that bar. And, a lot of people look at me and are, well, TipTap, you're jaded. You've done a lot of VR. Well, very soon, a lot of the world will have done as much VR as I have. They'll go try out the greatest games on the Vive or on the PlayStation VR, and that's the experiences that, a lot of you guys creating VR arcade experiences are going to have to compete against, and you have to know that, right? And I feel like right now, you guys are setting the bar so low, and you guys really need to step it up. Sorry if that was overly harsh. But I think, the one way of thinking about it is, again, like, are people coming back? Do they want to spend a lot of money? And you started this by saying, hey, right now VR seems very expensive. And I'd say, yeah, it's very expensive for it to be completely mainstream, and that's where the VR arcades, you do have a little bit of opportunity. But at that same time, you kind of have to understand, like, the way I think about it is, okay, I feel like a lot of the VR arcade companies I meet, they're trying to say, okay, well, if we can say it's worth $1 per minute for the customer, then we're giving them enough value. And I'm like, no. You have to at least extract $10 per minute for customer and create an experience that a customer will pay $10 a minute for, right? That's what you should be aiming for. And I do believe that VR, if used properly, is not a gimmick and can provide someone an experience that is worth that much, if not more.
I mean, on the reverse side,
Sure.
you have the addictive thing going, right?
Yeah.
So that people, once they start experiencing this, and they do it regularly because, for whatever therapeutic purposes, then it's the reverse, that they can't get out of it, that you actually, as a creator of content, you're actually thinking, okay, so how do I bring them back out of it? So, is that because the experience is so compelling, or is it because their internal process based on the experience is so compelling?
I think it's a combination of two. And I think you're going to find people that are predisposed to be addicted to escapism. And, there are people that watch, like, Avatar 20 times and, wanted to live in the Avatar world, even though Avatar wasn't even that great. But in that same way, it's like what you want to do is try to find that sweet spot, right, of how do you get the most people to be addicted to what you're building, right? And of course, they're going to be like the crazies. I think you have to, like, remove the outliers, right? But just think about, like, a main, enough of an audience to support your business. But I would say that is a nice problem to have, that, oh my God, we've built something that's too addictive and we have to think about how to get them out of it. And I don't think that we're there yet, right? Yeah. I think World of Warcraft has that problem, and Second Life has had that problem, but sure.
Our problem is getting the people over the stumbling block to go out and purchase a headset.
Sure.
Sonnets,
Yeah.
whatever the price.
Yep. Well, so, the one thing too, I'd say about this whole, like, the price and the headset, and, people are always like, oh, VR isn't going to take off because it's too pricey and it's so uncomfortable. It's big, it's bulky, it's ugly, you look stupid. I always give them these two examples. How many people scuba dive? How many people ski? You look so stupid. You look so crazy. It's not just the goggles. It's a full body suit. It's these boots that hurt your feet. It's like all this stuff, putting chains on your car to go up into the mountains and all this effort. But that downhill bliss, or that, like, deep underwater, trance that you get to is so worth it that you put up with all of that. And so I would just say, instead of saying, hey, you know what, just build those experiences that will make all of that worth it, and it's possible.
Yeah, so you met the zero latency yesterday, and
Sure.
You know all the stuff. So, and how do you explain the data from them? 'Cause they sold the ticket at the 460 ahead, and a lot of crowd and people trying to get, buy the ticket, and they're very interested to do that stuff. How do you explain? And they are doing shooting.
Yeah. Sure. No, I'm not saying shooting isn't popular. Like, I don't want to be like, oh yeah, no, shooting isn't a market. It's definitely a market, but also at the same time we have a social responsibility. Is that the market that we want to continue to, public beheadings? Hey, they're popular on YouTube. Let's have more public beheadings. No. But the thing I would say is, what I like look at the Void. I think the Void is a great example of what I think VR arcade, like, a lot of people kind of, oh, they do all these like theatrical tricks. They're very impractical, but that's what makes it super compelling. And that's the thing. I will not have a scent diffuser in my home, or I won't have a vibrating floor in my home. And it will give you an experience that's so beyond what we will experience in the home anytime soon. And, from my experience, or from what I've been seeing too, is, and they have a shooting game, but they also have this like Indiana Jones archaeological exploration thing. They're really kind of pushing different types of content as well. I would just say it's easy to fall on tried and true tropes of violence and death and death simulation, but at the same time, I think VR is such an amazing platform that you could do so much more, and I think you will find more reward and a bigger audience, right? Like, I think, you'll get a lot of, I don't want to say that shooting people is very gender biased, but I think at the same time, I would feel more comfortable, like, letting more and more people do an experience that got people coming out feeling happy and inspired, as opposed to just adrenaline and jumpy. Yeah. Sorry. It's totally random now.
Looking at the VR fund, you have a lot of experience with VR startups, and you've seen experiences and successes like others. Can you tell us examples of some of the biggest mistakes that the VR companies you work with have made, and also the biggest successes that they made, and how they
Sure. It's still too early to really talk about successes so far, especially in the content side. But a couple of things I would say about that are, the people that work smarter, not harder. And that really understand the limitations of not just the market but the hardware, and master both of those, right? Like right now, I don't think VR experiences are about necessarily making those beautiful representation of the real world and trying to trick me into thinking I'm living in the Matrix, right? But it's about giving me new types of experiences that I haven't done before that now become interesting and unique. And so I think a good example of this, there's a game called Budget Cuts by Neat Corporation, right? It's very strange. It's this Vive game, and what you are, you're a corporate spy, and it's a stealth action game, and there's robots, and you have to avoid the robots, and you have to take them out. But instead of using a gun shooting metaphor, they have a knife throwing metaphor, but it uses the gesture controls in a very weird, novel way, and it really feels like, okay, I actually have to do something, and when you hit someone with a knife, and it's just a robot, so you don't feel too bad. But it's just awesome, because it's kind of hard to do. And when you do it, you're like, I've never done this. And even though I could, it's just like, wow, this is really cool. But then the other thing is, it does a really great job of using the walls and the spaces. Not only do you move around like horizontally, but vertically as well. And there are times when you're like virtually on the like in the headset, right? You've teleported. The way they move around in the spaces, you teleport, right? So you teleport into the ceiling. You crawl, and actually they make you duck down, because they're like, oh, you can't stand up. There's something obstructing you, and if you stand up, it pauses the game. So you're down on the floor, and you're crawling around on the floor, and all of a sudden you look at there's an opening into the room below you, and then you look down into that room, and then you have to throw your knife into that room to kill a robot down. But it's just amazing. You're like, oh my God, I'm crawling on the floor. I'm getting physical. I'm moving in ways that video games don't make me, and it reconnects how you think of play as a kid. And I think that's what's really fantastic. So I don't know if that really answers your question, but I think that's kind of thinking about, okay, yeah, we know we can't do all these things that we want to do with VR yet. We can't run around the whole entire forest and smell the roses. But even with the small set of what we have with the Vive 15 by 15 foot area, we can do amazing things that no one has experienced before, or let people live out fantasies in ways that are really interesting. Okay, sure.
You're the fairy godfather of potential unicorns. So
Okay.
in that kind of position, did you invent that? Did you go for that, or did it find you? And what do you like about that?
In terms of being a VC?
Being who you are as a VC.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Sure. So I actually come from being a developer, and this is why I have a lot of really strange and precise ideas about where I want to see VR and VR content. But a lot of it stems from this idea of, okay, so I've been doing interactive gaming, and media for most of my career, like 15 years now, or a little over that. And when I got VR, I was like, oh my God, consumer VR, it's going to finally be here. This is going to be awesome. I want to start developing cool VR experiences. And one of the first ones I made was with a friend of mine, two friends, to try to recreate the movie The Matrix. Because we're like, oh, if we can go anywhere, I want to go into the Matrix, I want to talk to Morpheus, I want to be Neo. I'm going to use positional tracking to dodge some bullets, and I was going to jump across buildings, because I love that sensation of height and scale. And just thinking about what's a really VR experience, like what can't be done. How would a movie in VR feel like? I don't want to sit in a virtual movie theater watching a movie. I want to live the movie how when I go to sleep, what do I think of the movie, all right? And so in the process of making the jump program, if you miss the jump, you actually fall 40 stories and you bounce off the ground. I accidentally cured myself of my real life fear of heights. And that was my aha moment where I was like, oh my God, VR isn't just the next Nintendo. This is actually the most powerful communication medium we've ever created. And what I wanted to do then was try to help move the industry in a way where I could see it going. And and that's when I switched from being a developer and to being on the investment side, and then trying to help guide companies to really think about what the best way to, or I don't want to say the best, but what are some of the more best opportunities for VR and how to apply this technology. And thinking about it, it's really a healthcare application that I accidentally did. But this idea of, wow, if one developer in nights and weekends afternoon can do something this profound, imagine what millions of developers can do for billions of consumers. And so that's really what gets me excited. Sorry, last couple questions. I gotta go soon.
My team and I were working on a handful of projects, and we have trouble to find out which one to focus on.
Sure.
Two-part question for you.
Yeah.
So you actually in this yet, what do you think is what is the actual VR market right now? And the second part is, would you from your point of view, is a VR startup that has some traction yet, but will make real revenue in a year or two, just to lock on this part of the market already?
So it goes back to what kind of company you are, what the traction is. Sometimes too, I meet companies who are like, oh well, we have revenue, we have some paying customers, and then we're going to build out this VR product, but that's not necessarily related to the revenue and the traction that they have. And so then I'm like, well, then you don't really count that revenue and traction, because that's different from the actual idea that you're building. To make it more concrete, it would be like, okay, let's say I'm a VR content creator and I've built VR content for Coke and for Toyota, and you're like, oh yeah, I have paying customers, they like me as a VR content creation studio, but then I really have this great idea for VR education platform, and so I'm going to build this historical recreations all around the world, and people are going to learn about history through doing what we're building. And I'm like, well, you do have revenue, but not from the business that you're selling me, so that revenue doesn't count. I don't know if that applies to you, but that applies to a lot of the companies I see. So the other way I think about it too is you asked about what's the market size right now, what's the opportunity. This kind of goes back to thinking about, okay, well, VR is happening in a couple different fronts, right? So there's definitely enterprise opportunities where large corporations have huge problems that need to be solved. VR technologies can solve them. The questions are those big scalable opportunities? Then the other side of the question is, okay, well, there's, consumer VR is happening. So what is consumer VR right now? We have the high-end headsets, so the Vive and the Oculus and the PlayStation VR. And then we have mobile VR, which is really cardboard and the cardboard knockoffs, and then the Gear VR. And so I think you have to look at, most people think, okay, mobile VR is where there's more people. There's 5 million cardboard shipped. There's probably, anywhere from 500,000 to 1 million Gear VRs out there right now. So, hey, it sounds like you have an addressable market, but then what is that market? Are they really paying for stuff? What are they doing with that hardware? Most of them are watching 360 videos and not really paying or monetizing in any meaningful way. There's a couple small games, but I think part of the problem is on the mobile platforms, because the input, there's no real input, there's no positional tracking, the quality of the games that you can create haven't been super compelling, and it hasn't gotten the audience of 1 million people to open up their wallets in a meaningful way. In the same side, right, you can say, okay, Steam VR, Gear VR, the Vive, right? I'm just going to take the Vive. The Vive pre-selects gamers that want to spend a lot of money. I think the average, I forget what the average Steam VR user pays for games, but they usually own quite a few games and spend, I would say, at least like $100 a year on software, or more, if not more, right? So you're selecting the richest group of that, the cream of that crop, right? In mobile gaming, we call it whales, right? You want to find the people that are going to spend the most amount of money. And the Vive actually self-selects that. If they can spend $3,000 for hardware and software, then spending $100 on software for hardware, then spending $100 for software isn't an issue for them. And so we can already see that kind of being reflected. This is very early data, but I looked at this Steam Spy. It's this analytics platform that tries to find out what the sales figures are on Steam games, because right now none of that's officially published. But looking at that data, in the first month of the Vive being out, and I'd probably guess that there's less than 100,000, definitely less than 200,000 Vives available, but that's probably generated at least $2 to $3 million in revenue, which, I mean, it's not like, oh my God, yes, but it's pretty solid. I mean, it's a good start. And you think, okay, this is just going to expand. I don't know. If I was an independent developer looking to put out content for paying customers, I would definitely look at the Vive or the Oculus. I mean, I think the Oculus would probably be very similar. And then, of course, Steam VR is going to be huge. But I think the problem with PSVR is going to be very huge. A lot of people look at, 36 million install of the PlayStation 4. If you get just 10% of those people to buy the PlayStation VR, then that would be 3.6 million PlayStation VR in the first year. And that seems pretty likely. And again, there are people that are very likely to spend. The only problem, again, is it's so game-centric. And I think it's going to be hard for people that are working on non-game stuff to really find opportunity in the PlayStation VR market. Oh, the other thing I wanted to say too, is, sorry, real quick, my time's almost up, is that in the Steam VR sales, what I'm looking at, 30% of the downloads are for non-game applications, and about 20% of the revenue goes to non-game applications. Sorry. Go ahead. Last one. Okay. Sure. The two questions. Real quick, locomotion, it's still an issue, hasn't really been properly solved yet. I think that there's clever ways that people are kind of getting around it that can work for certain types of games. But the one thing I would say too is that room scale is it's so awesome and so good, and that finding ways to do things like, honestly, after seeing room scale, I have a hard time believing in like omnidirectional treadmills and things like that, because you're like, oh God, room scale feels so right, and also too, thinking about the games and experience that you want to design. I mean, how often in life, in your day, if you don't drive, do you go explore beyond a room or like a few rooms, right? Like thinking about that and thinking about realigning what fun we can have basis like the geography that we have, I think it is going to be very important and critical. Like realigning those expectations, where it's like, I can have so much fun in this room area, I don't need to think about going beyond it. I think you can find a lot of interesting things in that short term. And then the question you asked about like health and wellness. I think health and wellness, again, we talked about this a little bit earlier, but it's what are the health and wellness problems that are big enough necessitate buying $3,000, $5,000 worth of hardware, or $1,000 worth of hardware if it was like a mobile VR, and making sure that you look at those problems. I think there's a lot of people that are like, okay, I can do a mindfulness app or a meditation app, and on the phone those exist. You pay for $5. Actually, I did this one mindfulness app. It was terrible. The first thing you do is you put on the VR headset. It says, "Welcome to the mindfulness program. We're going to teach you, guided meditation. Step 1, close your eyes." I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me? Wait, what?" And so, I would say, think about this. There are people. It's not a huge business, but in the mindfulness there's a lot of people that do lights. I forgot what it's called, but it's like audio visual therapy. Light therapy, essentially, like color therapy, right? And people spend $200 to $300 for one of these systems that let you do this, right? Or actually, up to like $500 and $600 sometimes. And you're like, wow, well, a VR headset, even a mobile one, will let you do this at $20. So if you can say, hey, you know what? We're taking this thing that used to cost $600, $300, and we're giving you a $10 app, and you use $10 cardboard, and you can get even better results. Then yeah, that seems like an easy win. But if you're trying to say, hey, I'm going to sell you this guided meditation tour, and you could do that with an iPhone app, and they'll give you, because you're closing your eyes and they're just talking to you, and most of the experience is through the audio anyways, and there's not much in the VR component, then yeah, you're dead in the water. Okay, sorry, I think I went over time, but I hope that was helpful. Everyone, you can reach out to me, send me an email. Our email is hello@thevrfund.com. The other two things I'd want to point out are I have some resources that I've prepared for you guys, or just for everyone in the VR industry, and that's, so I have an industry landscape that I try to update pretty regularly. It's a taxonomy of all the different VR companies, and for you guys, it'll help you know who are your competitors, who are people you should partner with. But if you go to thevrfund.com, you'll see a nice little pretty infographic thing. But if you click on the link below that, it's a Trello board that has much deeper data about not just the companies in the landscape, but a lot more. So the landscape, I tried to pick like the top 100 most interesting. I didn't want it to be too big or it just becomes too much information. But the Trello board tracks like 500 companies that are publicly known, that have either raised money or have gotten a lot of press. And so I think it's a good resource, hopefully, to help you guys out there. All right, thanks.
Thank you, Tipatat. And the website is thevrfund.com. Tipatat, we have a few minutes to stick around if people have questions for you. Yeah. All right. I'd like to invite to the stage Spencer Honeyman from VeerZoom. Thank you.
Thanks. I emailed you the PowerPoint deck.
Okay. Mini display for OpenGL. Would you like me to flip the slide?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yep, I will do that.
All right, we should get started now. All right, thanks everyone for having me. My name, can we adjust that just so it's on the screen? My name is Spencer Honeyman. I'm the Director of Business Development at Verzoom. So thank you guys for spending some time here today. If you haven't got a chance to try our product, it's back there, and we have a specialized virtual reality controller and platform powered by pedaling. So today we're going to talk about a couple things. I'm going to give you guys a little bit more information on our product, some problems we're trying to solve, and also give you some more information. I know Jeremy's put together a hackathon, which we're pretty excited about, so you can compete to win a free Verzoom bike today. So whoever creates the game that we think would be most suited for our product, we're going to ship you guys a free bike next month. If you go back one slide. So a little bit about our team. We are located in Cambridge, Massachusetts in Harvard Square. And our co-founder, his name was Eric Malafew. His name is Eric Malafew. And he was the chief architect at Harmonix Music Systems on Guitar Hero, Rock Band, and Dance Central. So we're used to working with unique or weird peripherals. And he's brought on a small AAA development team on both the hardware and software side that are creating not only the bike you see today, but also the different experiences. So we have 5 different avatar worlds and countless different mini games and challenges that motivate you to pedal. So what is Verzoom? Think of us similar to the Wii or Dance Dance Revolution, where we've created this product that we hope motivates you to move, and so you play these games, and they're fun, and you have a blast, and once you finish playing them, they're sort of a health wellness side effect. So although it may look like a piece of fitness equipment, we view it as a specialized VR controller that's fun, and there is obviously a workout component from playing these games. And so we think it's for both casual gaming and casual fitness consumers. And the goal is you can be any avatar, you can be any creature and move through these large virtual worlds. So the question I asked Tipatat before about locomotion in VR is, one thing that we set out to do was make a workout a lot more fun. So no one really likes doing cardio, and we'll talk about that in a second. But also, there are limitations for developers in how you move somebody through the virtual world without making them sick. And so what we do with Verzoom is we have sensors in the bike that track your pedaling speed at a very granular level. So the faster you pedal in the real world, the faster you move through the virtual world. And the way you navigate to each side and steer is by leaning your body to the left and right using the position tracking of the HMDs. And so right now we run on Oculus Vive and PlayStation VR, and we'll be running on Gear VR shortly. On the handlebars, you do have action buttons, triggers, and D-pads that allow for advanced gameplay. So when you're creating these games, most of our games just use the triggers and the lean, but you can add different features using the D-pads and the buttons that you'll be able to check out on the bike. And the real problem, or the real solution we provide, is we harness the user's emotional response to different stimuli in VR, whether you're a Pegasus or you're a tank or you're a race car. We throw things at you and we motivate you to pedal, which is really hard to do in 2D. And so we have gotten our product out there. The reason we have this press slide is not to make you think we're awesome, but to show you our philosophy is, in VR, it's such an experiential sale. Me explaining to you guys what it feels like to pedal a Pegasus is really hard to do, and I probably won't be able to do that today. So definitely feel free to stop by for a demo. But what we've done is, over the past 2 years, get our product out there at various levels and let people try it. So we've had over 10,000 people on the bike in trade shows, in our office, and things like that. And press has followed us along, and we think it's really important to get all different types of perspectives, especially with our product where you have an intersection between fitness and gaming and tech and VR. All right, so we talked about a couple of these problems. The first one is cardio exercise is boring. We've met with a lot of fitness manufacturers that you know the names of, people who make that equipment, and also gym owners, and for the past decades people have been trying to find a way to make this less boring. And so there's some cool stuff out there that people do now in the home, like P90X, and people do CrossFit. And then there is this traditional sort of steel hardware market of fitness equipment, and it's a $5 billion market every single year. And everyone who buys these especially around the holidays when people have their New Year's resolutions, they buy products that they think are going to make them feel better about themselves. And it's bought with good intentions. You buy that treadmill because you think you're going to use it, and then it gathers up dust in your basement and you don't use it because it's boring. So what people then tried to do was distract themselves. So it's music, it's TV, it's doing anything but watching the timer of those 30 minutes count down. And we believe that there's actually a medium here now with Verzoom and with VR that you can actually motivate the user. So it's not a distraction. Like people will say, oh, I didn't even notice I was working out, and that's great. But what we're really doing is motivating you to move. And I think as a developer, that's pretty exciting that you can have that type of impact on your user. A second problem that we're trying to solve, so traditional gaming right now is very inactive. So room scale with Vive is more active, but in general, with PS4, with PC experiences, you're seated and you're using a traditional controller. And if you look at some of the numbers, they're pretty staggering. So pretty much every young person is a gamer, whether it's mobile, PC, or console. Everyone plays games to some extent. More than 50% of teens play for more than 2 hours a day where they're just sedentary. And so before video games, people were just doing more active things. They were outside playing sports, they were playing with their friends, and now they're seated and they're socializing in this virtual world which used to be 2D, and now we think using VR as a different medium, we can get people active again. And only about 1/4, a little less than 1/4 of teens actually meet that physical activity guideline. And so we think Verzoom's not for that person who goes to spin class and is training for triathlons. It's for the other 80% of people who's looking for something fun to do that they can feel good about. It's gaming that's good for you. So we think VR in general is a solution to these problems. So you can immerse yourself in this virtual world, it stimulates your visual cortex, and it motivates you to move. And so we think VR active gaming solves those two problems. So one, we think this is fun fitness for the whole family. This isn't sprint for 30 minutes. You'll notice each of our games has interval training. So for example, in the tank game, you may be driving your tank around and then stop around a corner and then pedal again, and you'll have to get away from someone. And so we view it more as a locomotion controller. We also think it provides an improved experience in VR. So in a lot of VR games, if you're seated, the example I like to give is if you're flying a fighter jet in VR, going 1,000 miles an hour, and you're using a traditional Xbox controller, and you turn to the left, your mind absolutely believes you're banking to the left. But your body's like, wait a minute, I just moved my finger 1/4 of an inch on a joystick. And that disconnect not only can remove some of the immersion of VR, but it can also make you feel sick. And so what we think we do is, because we move you proportionately with your pedaling speed and your body movement, it really activates your whole body, and you'll get sensations that you wouldn't get with a traditional controller. So when you take off with a Pegasus and you're pedaling and you fly, you'll get a feeling in your stomach like you're taking off. And so that's what we think is pretty exciting about Verzoom, and it also, we'll talk a little bit about the locomotion issues. So we think VR is the solution, but how do you solve these problems where your mind believes you're moving, but your body's stationary? And so the one solution is you use room scale, and we think it's a great solution. We work with Vive, but we wanted to create something that was a little bit more stationary and also takes up less space. So our bike, you can see, it's under 40 pounds, it folds up, it's completely wireless, it's low energy BLE, so when you're not using it, you can stick it in a closet, and you don't have to designate a full room for VR. And so if you go back one slide real quick, so in VR, how can we move through these virtual worlds without discomfort? Your eyes are completely covered, so you have no field of vision, and you're all these different avatars. And so the way we do that is we have these sensors that track your pedaling speed, so you're moving proportionally. And once you're on Verzoom, I'd say for about half an hour or a couple experiences, you don't think of it as pedaling. It's just your means to move your avatar through the virtual world. And what we do is we have these patent-pending motion controls. So part of it's on the hardware, but a huge part of it, which we spent 9 months on, is embodied in our SDK for both Unity and Unreal. And it's how your virtual body and your virtual head movement relates to your real-world body. And you can solve a lot of issues in VR that way. You'll also notice in our games, you don't actually swerve through a virtual world when turning. We actually keep your direction consistent, and you move like this. You don't notice it as much in the game, but if you look for it, you will. How your virtual body and avatar relate to the horizon. So all these things are embodied in our SDK. And so you could play a game on the bike and have bad motion controls and get sick, or you could have good motion controls and play it with a standard controller and still get sick. And so aside from the fun part of active VR, we also wanted to solve some of these locomotion issues. So we talked a little bit about the bike. We have these integrated speed and we have direction sensors. So in our games, you can pedal backwards, you'll go backwards. We have the position tracking for steering. We have 4 buttons on the right handlebar, so similar to what you see with some traditional controllers for gameplay. And on the left side, we have this D-pad. It folds up for easy storage, and it's seated. So the other reason we did a bike is it's seated, it's really intuitive, and most people have ridden a bike before. So I think whatever you're doing in the real world, if it's being mimicked in the virtual world, if you've done it before and you're comfortable with it, and you don't need to think about pedaling, it's just something you do. There's the saying, just like riding a bike for a reason. That adds to the immersion level and won't take you out of the experience. So our games, we have 5 different avatar worlds that will ship with our product. We have Apache Helicopter, where you're a helicopter going down a river and there are turrets shooting at you, and it's a repeatable game. How far can you go down the river? We have a Pegasus game, where there's multiple mini games. You're a Pegasus in all of them, and sometimes it's more exploration. You're searching for items. Another time, the goal is to always be flying, and there's apples above all the trees, and you need to keep eating apples so your energy bar stays full, and the goal is to just fly as long as you can. We have another one where you're going to be chasing something. You're being chased. That's how we motivate the user. The tank game, think World of Tanks, online multiplayer tank game, 8-on-8, different tanks, things like that. We have a Stampede game where you're a sheriff in this western town and you're lassoing bandits that are riding on horses, and the horses actually poop a lot, and you have to avoid the horse's poop. And if you get in the poop, then it slows you down, and then you need to go catch up. That's kind of a goofy one. And then Go Fast Car is a car racing game where you're actually a dog driving a car. Again, it's online multiplayer. Think sort of like a Mario Kart F1 hybrid on steroids in VR. And so all these games are designed to promote interval exercise, so I wouldn't suggest making games in our SDK or playing games that are just sprint, because you'll get tired after about 2 minutes. They're supposed to be active gameplay experiences. And so with Verzoom, we talked a little bit about the Verzoom games. So you have 5 avatar worlds, tons of mini games and challenges. These are all continuously evolving. So the games you get, if you did buy a Verzoom, will change on a bi-weekly basis. There'll be new mini games, new challenges, new avatar worlds. We also have our SDK, which we talked about, and then we have a PC emulator. So you're going to be able to play existing PC-based VR games on our controller. So we've talked to some really big companies and big titles about optimizing their experiences for our platform, and what they really like is it really immerses the user, and there's obviously the health wellness benefits. So somebody who may be playing Eve Valkyrie 6 hours a day now can do that for a couple hours on Verzoom and feel good about themselves. And also they think it adds to the experience, and from our testing we agree with them. We talked about online multiplayer. I think it's especially in fitness, like some people are more self-motivated, so you can track your progression over time. We have heart rate, we have calories, we have a lot. We can test exertion levels, distance, time on the bike. You'll enter all that, you'll get all that information in your profile, but we do have online leaderboards so people can compete that way. And whether you're more gaming or more fitness centric, you'll be able to, I guess, explore in-depth data, and as well as compete with other people online. So that was a pretty brief presentation. That's more, I guess, what our product is. What we're trying to do as a company is 2 things. One, give people a way to play games that are fun and really leverage VR as a medium to motivate people to move and enjoy the benefits of VR in a different way that's not just gaming focused. So I think because PCs that run Oculus and Vive and the different headsets that are high-end out there now are at a certain price point, it does lend itself to gaming, because gamers are the ones who already have those PCs and they have the PS4s. But we do think there's a huge mass market application in VR, and VR can be for everyone. And so we wanted to provide a different way for people who do invest in those VR headsets to have a different way to use it, and a different way where it can shape their lives. So again, bike's over there. If you guys want to participate in the hackathon, we'd love to work with you, and I'm happy to answer any questions anyone may have.
Still have the same problem with that bike in terms of acceleration and deceleration. How do you get that?
So I just want to make sure I understand your question. You're saying because you're not literally moving through the world on the bike, right? So Have you gotten to try the product yet? And so did you have any locomotion issues? Just sorry? Okay, you did. Okay. Well, that's good feedback for us. So we'd love to hear what didn't feel good and why and which experience. So what we notice is because your field of vision is covered, you don't know whether you're in motion or not on that bike, right? So when you're pedaling on a stationary bike or on a real world bike, if you're just going straight, which you're doing on our bike, your inner ear and your vestibular system doesn't understand whether you're going straight on a real bike and moving through the world or just stationary. And so your mind is tricked into the fact that you are actually moving. And so when you are pedaling and you do associate that with real world movement, with your real self, your virtual avatar moving forward should feel natural.
Elaborate a bit more. So the problem in movement is the acceleration and deceleration. I mean, when you're constantly moving, no matter what speed you're right. So once you got into the speed, then you're not feeling.
So you're talking about when you stop pedaling and your avatar is still moving?
Doing that all the time. I mean, when I race the horse, you know, to go faster, then I accelerate, and then I don't feel that. So this is something you're trying to solve in some way.
Yeah, so we are tracking your acceleration and deceleration and your speed at a very granular level. So we have about 8 times the amount of sensors in that bike. That's even in high-end fitness bikes because we're really sensitive to that. The challenge we have is, let's say you're riding that horse in the Stampede game and you're going very fast and then you stop pedaling. If we stop the horse immediately, it won't mimic the way a horse would be able to stop in a real world, so you run into these complete other problems. Does that make sense? So if it's like with a car, you can't just go from zero to 60 in 3 seconds, and you can't go from 60 to 0 immediately, or you'll get sick. And so what we do is we try and slow you down progressively, and like in the Pegasus game, we smooth your landing so you don't feel that thud, which during our testing people would feel like if you do that extreme stop, it's kind of like running into a mirror you didn't know was there. And so we feel the best solution is we slowly decelerate you. And you'll notice most of our games aren't like extreme stops. Although you do have the ability to do that, it's something that we have to work through more on the software side. It's not a hardware limitation. Thanks. Any other questions? Yes.
So have you tested this against like 2D versions of this game? So I mean, like I went to the gym once, or well, I go to the gym all the time, but there's this, it's basically the same concept of what you're doing, but it's in 2D form.
Yep.
And it's fairly compelling. Like it does motivate you to work hard on it. And have you done the testing and seen if are people actually more motivated by VR?
Sure, great question. So I would say what you're basically saying, and I would agree with you, is we're using VR as a transformative medium that differentiates our product from 2D experiences. And I think that's a pretty fair characterization. So one, I would say what makes VR different is you actually embody your avatar or creature. So in those 2D experiences, you're controlling your avatar, but you don't feel like you are that avatar. And the other thing in VR is because your field of vision's covered, we can take you to any other place. And so you don't feel like you're in that gym or you're in your basement. You are now in a beautiful canyon. You're on a racetrack. You're in a Western-themed town. So those are the main differences. And in terms of testing, we have 3 different sites that are doing clinical studies, basically. So we're working with the NIH, the National Institute of Health. We're working with NASA, and we're also working with Washington State University, who's doing 2 studies, one on people in general. So they've already done a study on how people react to gaming with a bike, and then they saw us, they're like, let's add VR to that. And so we have some early data that's very, very positive. We're doing that for actually teens with disabilities, specifically Down syndrome, where there's issues in motivating them to exercise, and then just the general population. And so nothing that we've published, but I would say from that, and we also have 75 alpha sites throughout the country, from Sony to Oculus to Vive to Fitbit to Nautilus to a lot of developers that have had it for as much as 9 months. And for people who are interested in an active VR experience, there are very positive results.
Yeah, because I feel like there definitely is a difference between how you feel and the actual benefits you're getting, the practical benefits.
Yep.
So yeah, I definitely would agree that you may experience it better
For sure, and we're doing that. So VR is early, and we're in the early stage of our business. We haven't launched this product yet. It'll ship next month, but we are gathering that data. And I think there's really two things we need to gather. A, are you more likely to use that product? So are you more likely to get exercise because you're in VR on Verzoom? And B, how does the quality of your exercise change? So how much more are you motivated in the experience playing Verzoom in VR than you would be with 2D? And so I think from what I've seen, both are impacted, but especially the fact that these games are fun in VR and you're motivated, people are way more likely to use it than they would be to hop on a normal stationary bike in 2D. Any other questions? Yeah.
You're shipping next month. Did you do Kickstarter and what price point?
Sure. So we are shipping next month. We did not do a Kickstarter. We thought about it for a while. So we're funded. We've raised $2.75 million. In a seed round. We're located on the East Coast, so we have investors on the East Coast, and we're raising a Series A with investors on the West Coast. We didn't do a Kickstarter because we got pretty far down the path, and then we realized we would tell people about our product, and it's a weird concept. So people would think, they see a bike, they see VR, they think bike sim. And we specifically didn't do that because you're never going to be able to make a bike sim as good as it is in the real world. And in VR, micro movements like moving your hands on the handlebars or things you see with Zwift or other competitors in the cycling market don't really translate well in VR from our testing. That's my personal opinion and our stance on that. And so when we'd explain it to people, we wouldn't get much traction, and then we'd put them on the bike and they would love it, and then they would buy it. So we do really well at trade shows, and then if someone reads about us, it's hard for them to conceptualize it. So we thought for a Kickstarter, you need to be able to have a very succinct marketing message that it can resonate with people, and we thought we want to go more the Guitar Hero route, which you start slow and you get product out there and you get people who are influencers talking about their experiences and success stories with playing Verzoom over an extended period of time. And so that's where we've gone with that. In terms of price point, so the product is going to retail on our website now. So on Verzoom.com you can pre-order and it'll ship next month. We'll also be on Amazon, and we'll be in store most likely at Best Buy, Micro Center, GameStop, and Target. And the retail price is $399, and that's for the bike and the games. We do have a sort of a West Coast special where we're taking $100 off that. So if you're interested in pre-ordering, we do have some special information. Sure. So right now, we have about 4 or 5 developers using our SDK, creating experiences. It's not something we're publicly advertising, so I would grab one of my cards and shoot me an email now. When the bike does ship, it will ship with that free SDK for both Unity and Unreal, and we have over 100 developers signed up to create content on our platform. Any other questions? Yeah, Jeremy. Good question. So we haven't announced that publicly. I would say we're targeting Q3. So we've tested it in our office. The major thing you don't have with Gear VR is the position tracking at this point. And so one, for our steering, the lean to the left and the right, that's going to have to switch to the D-pad. It doesn't feel as good, but it's still a very comfortable experience. And then the position tracking also impacts. And powering the experience with a phone versus a PC is a bit different, so we'll have to adjust the games a little bit to simplify them. But I would say Q3 is reasonable. All right, well, thank you guys very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Spencer. All right. Thank you again, Spencer, for your great presentation here. So Spencer and Verzoom will be in the back helping developers who want to learn how to develop for the Verzoom platform, and can give you guys more information and also demos as well. So moving on to the hackathon, we also have Praviti, Aaron from Praviti, who can give demos and talk more about how to develop for their platform. Over to your to my right, your left, we have the Virtual World Arcade platform, which if you guys have some sample code or want to take another tutorial and learn how to develop or bring your existing content on there, we can have your game running in that world. You can walk through your world today. And we also have Michael from OSVR, who's brought OSVR dev kits. OSVR is an open source VR software and hardware platform. You can learn how to develop for the platform, and Michael's providing dev kits. So we're going to start the hackathon. Now, the hackathon here is on my left here around the table. So feel free to grab a spot at the tables. Lunch is going to be coming at around 12 o'clock, 11:30. And if you guys have any questions, just go to the individual companies and just directly ask them questions. These are the guys who developed the technology. The winners of the team that develops the best Verzum experience will receive a free Verzum bike, as Spencer mentioned earlier. So we will go ahead and get started with the hackathon. If you guys have any questions, feel free to find me and ask. So thank you all for coming.
But if anyone needs advice, no, I was going to go down in San Francisco.
Let me actually make a quick announcement. One more quick announcement. We understand that there are several people from different companies here. If you want to make a quick announcement to the audience here, talking a little bit about your company, or if there's anything that you want to promote, or anything you want to say, the mic is here to let me know, and you can make an announcement. And Chris, was there something that you wanted to talk about?
Yeah, anyone who's thinking of a game for this hackathon, if you need advice from me, I have lots of advice, but if not, that's fine. But anyway, I just kind of offer it because I enjoy the energy of hackathons. Thanks.
Thank you, Chris. All right, let's get started.
Well, I just ordered one, so technically it has to really yeah, so I mean, yeah, we're very actually I'm just new to game development, and we just started developing games, so this is pretty much like a new experience for us just in general. So yeah, we're definitely gonna do that. Yeah. So I mean, what I plan to do with VR is very different from that, but I still want to just explore see this. If not, yeah, I'll ask you some questions.
members of their groups may attend the hackathon for free. If you know any friends or people that you want to bring to the hackathon, they may come for free, and feel free to go reach out and let them know. Thank you.